Controller's a piece of shit. Fuck shit, dicks, cocks, ass, balls. Fuck cocks, dicks, ass.
Jim was a fucking cocksucker.
Bullshit! Oh my god.
What? I never failed the mission.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay. I'm a loser! Subscribe to Soma Julius Cruz. I have no idea who the hell that is. What the fuck? Everything went wrong on YouTube. Everything went wrong on YouTube. Oh my god, I'm a complete idiot. I'm a complete buffoon. I'm a complete idiot. Seriously.
This guy is fucking stupid.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
I need
Dollar.
that's what I need. Hey, hey.
I just care about money. I need money.
The money is always right.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to
Just give me money.
give me monies. I need you guys to step it up.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
You stupid, ignorant son of a bitch, dumb bastard! Jesus Christ, I've met some dumb bastards in my time, but you outdo them all.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Oh.
The blackest eyes. The devil's eyes.
Fucking what? I was blocking. This is fucking bugged, dude. This is fucking bullshit. My controller's obviously bugged. How did I die, dude? I was just standing there and I died. Fuck this game, man. Fuck it. It's this controller, dude. It's bugged. I was hitting roll. Fuck this game!
Why am I toxic?
And why is that bag on your head?
Why? Oh, no reason. Except you gave me the ugly. I can explain.
This game is fucking terrible.
That's just plain creepy.
He spams Dragon Punch. Fucking scrub. Huh? Come on. Another scrub. Here's what I do online. You can. Oh wait, it's not done yet. You can. Wow, you're so good. You're so fucking good. You can. I'm playing online. You can. I play fighting games. Kick. Wow, I'm good. What a great player. What a great fucking player. Just kick. Oh, you can't do anything. Kick. Wow, you're great. Fucking idiot. Fucking scrubs suck, man. I hate this shit. I do the same move over and over. Oh, look. 1 second of fucking lag. Oh, I'm good. Fucking idiots. You're terrible ass fucking connection. I jump and mash buttons. My whole day, again, just like most days, is crazy busy. I finished streaming earlier. I uploaded. I got this PlayStation 4 booted up and updated because this game needed a major update, so I had to get the game updating. I ran downstairs. I had dinner. I cleaned up after dinner. I had to take the trash out because today was trash day. I had to make a shopping list because Kat and I haven't shopped in 9 days for groceries or anything because I haven't had a break. So I had to make a schedule of meals for the next week, including what we're going to be doing on Christmas Day. And Kat had made a recipe. She found a recipe she wants to make this week on her day off. So I had to find all the ingredients for that recipe. I had to make a giant shopping list, which took me like, a long time to do. Then I had to do some more things downstairs. Then immediately I ran upstairs. Oh God, it's time to get the stream ready. I started getting the stream ready. And as I turned the stream on, I had to take a shit. So I had to run in the bathroom. I'm taking a shit as the stream is going with the pre-stream. It's like I haven't had a moment to just sit down and be like, oh, let me relax for a second. I don't even have time. I'm like moving, running, constantly, motion. It's like, goddamn. So finally, hopefully, after tonight's stream ends around 9:30, I'll start uploading. I'll shave and shower. I'll come back. I'll add videos to playlist. Maybe by then it'll be like 10:30, 11 p.m. And then maybe I'll get like a half an hour to myself before Kat comes home from work.
You serious?
Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you! You only exist out here because of...
I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel.
That's the only reason, you motherfucker, you!
Yep, I'm toxic. And Phil's commentary is boring, and that's why people don't want to watch the playthroughs of the streams. Bullshit. Bullshit. I call massive bullshit on any idiot who says that. I call complete and utter bullshit on anyone who's saying that I'm not engaged and I sound like I'm bored. I'm not. So, I've had enough excuses. It just seems to me like people are fucking lazy.
The first thing I can tell you, salt. That's all I can taste is salt.
I'm a mature adult, and I'm not a children's entertainer. Time to grow the fuck up.
That is one big pile of shit.
Fuck that bullshit. Fuck you. I'm done.
Get the fuck out of here!
I am sucking the nuts. I am sucking the nuts right now. I prefer a penne. I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay. I actually really have to take a shit.
This is totally unacceptable. How long are you going to be? I'm very hungry.
Suck my balls. Shut the fuck up.
Wow, this is a great game.
What?
Bullshit! Why am I toxic?
Oh, I'm a fucking asshole. I'm funny.
Oh my god, look at this thing. Looks so weird. I told you to buy the figure. Why don't you listen to me?
I met him 15 years ago. I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit. I just want to cave his fucking face in and watch his teeth pop out of his fucking mouth. That's the kind of person that is, seriously.
I'm gonna fuck him up. I'm gonna fuck him up. I'm gonna put these hands right around his face and beat his ass. You watch this live for free.
Never again see the light of day.
Whoa, Jesus Christ, it scared the shit out of me. Oh, it was only, randomly my move doesn't come out. Now I can bully you with high priority bullshit. He actually sucks and only understands basics, but he will win constantly online because this game is garbage online. I myself am a former pro fighting game player. You little motherfucking coward bitch. Fuck you! Worthless human. I can't block, wow, fuck this. Fuck you, you stupid bitch scrub. Eat a dick. I'm not playing this fucking laggy bitch again. Fucking suck my scrotum sack. Fuck you! Fuck off. You wanna fuck with me, huh? Oh, what's the problem? Oh, what's your fucking problem, you little bitch? Am I a fan of Metal Gear Solid? Yeah, I actually am. Even though I suck at the games, I actually am a fan of the games. And I enjoy them.
Bullshit.
Holding back! Still getting fucking hit! Absolutely terrible. Oh, look what I can do online! Wow. And now he drops because he's a fucking bitch, you dumb fucking bitch. Idiot. Uncensored guy. Uncensored guy.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Fuck you. No, really. Fuck you. And I mean that. Fuck you. I don't know any of these flags. I think this is Italy. Okay. What?
Fair guess, but I'm afraid it's wrong.
That was completely right, you piece of shit.
What?
Oh my god. I have no... Spain is here.
No, I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
I have no idea. Germany.
Try again.
I don't know these at all. Wait a minute, one of these is Finland and one of these is Norway, isn't it?
Heavens! Whatever gave you that idea? A fair guess, but I'm afraid it's wrong.
Fuck!
Try
Bullshit!
again.
If there's snow on it, maybe it's Iceland? Greece? Is this Greece?
No, I'm
Fuck.
sorry, that
Shit.
is incorrect.
Fuck. I don't know these, man.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Seriously. I said boom ba doom boom ba doom. I said boom 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 ba ba doom boom. Oh! He killed his friend. That's messed up. He actually murdered his friend.
I've got a 4-bedroom house in a great community. Like my car? It's new. How do I do it? I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. Somebody help me.
This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. And I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. I'm following my dreams and busting my ass. Talking over video games, posting breakfast pics, and vlogging about movies that I hate. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
I now make $10 a day. I need your help. I need you to help support everything, all right? I need to make a living. There's no clear end in sight. There's no way out. You have to contribute if you want to keep seeing me be able to put out videos on YouTube, period.
Here you go. It's alphabet soup. I made it special.
It's 12 o'clock and time for his nap.
That's all, folks.
Thank you, you fucking worthless humans, for the views. You can suck my balls and lick my taint.
Play with them.
DarksydePhil. What? Worthless humans. Fuck you, fucking piece of shit.
Forever
No.
and ever.
Oh my god!
Hey, what is up, everyone? Soma Julius Cruz here, and thank you very much for joining tonight's stream. I hope that you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing well. What is up? What is up? What is up? You guys are ready for tonight's Let's Tolerate. So, you guys know the drill by now. Go ahead, sound our stream chat. Thank you, appreciate it. Don't forget to also give the stream a like as well. It's very important. And also consider becoming another channel. Thank you. That is much appreciated. But what is it, guys? You guys are doing good. I'm doing pretty good on the planes. Tonight we are doing something a little bit different. Usually we tend to stick to, Day on Place, Deep Tries, that kind of thing. But tonight we are going to be checking out, Doom the King's documentary film here called The Eternal Downfall of DarksydePhil. Now, I still have not seen this. I'm sure most of you have seen this. I've not seen this, so you guys can hang out with me here while I watch this. We watch this together. Cool. Appreciate it. But, yeah, I've heard some good things about this, and I'm curious about it. I want to see what's going on, you know what I mean? And, yeah, should be good. Should be a fun stream. And, of course, always as usual, I've got the mystery folder. That's always a lot of fun. And, length-wise, it's actually not that long. I legit thought, when I heard about this thing, I was like, oh my god, it's going to be like 8 hours long or some shit. But, thank God, it's just around 3 hours, 42 minutes, so that sounds about right for me. Documentary. This guy could have easily done like 6 hours, right? There's so much material to work with, right? But no, he went for the 342, and I'm grateful for that, actually. I really am. But, what do we got here? I see the Thomas here. I see you, man. Welcome. I see Marielle. I see you. I've got reviews here. Let's see. Yeah, very nice. Forever. Felt it. P. Roach. That's right. He got felt it. Felt it. And we got his design of the mayor. So let's see ya. I also see Dom. Dom the dog is here. Let's see ya. And I welcome. But I don't know. I think that's it. That is it. The pleasantries are out of the way. We just get the show on the road as usual. The drill. I've got the video right here on. We're watching it on. Hold on. We're watching it on. What is this? We're watching it right here. And as usual, the audio is kind of low. Let me know in the stream chat. Thank you. But yeah, that is it. Show on the road here. 3, 2. Silvio Mato, welcome. Say the show on the road. 3, 2, 1, go.
DarksydePhil is a game creator and
Alright, hold on. Back it up a little bit. There we go.
DarksydePhil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills, and I need the money to do regular day-to-day shit.
Lying about his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed, prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
Oh shit. At that I don't know. It's cool. I'm just can I get some of the loot shit? Whoa, what the? Street Fighter 2, right?
To the US population at large, November 8, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had flown out from Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
Goddamn decent. Oh! Nice, that was nice, I like that, Very nice. What the fuck?
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events.
I saw the alien, I saw her there.
One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell. Initially entering the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless, Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting
Look at all
his
those
local
muscles.
arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable: his aggression. Quote, "I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life."
Oh, the windpipe. Oh, okay.
This was in response
with
to the
hoof?
general aggression Phil received
got
when
sharp hooves,
utilizing his
apparently.
infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it does expose the way he viewed himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Darkside, which was directly influenced by the song Darkside from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor, such as wanting to act as a heel in this developing space. A heel is someone, typically in wrestling, that is an inconsiderate or untrustworthy person, and due to their distasteful nature, the wrestling community actually enjoys matches with them, as getting trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome. And so Darkseid, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own, at Motel 6, with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity.
Really?
Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple.
You're ugly.
Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in. Then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Alright.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Un buen final es el resultado de un comienzo auténtico.
Wendy's. I love me some Wendy's.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
That ass.
700 players from all over the world: Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
Oh shit. Evo 137, right? Yeah.
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like a,
you know, who cares about the flash? You can leave the flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more
YouTube You know, I'm gonna look into that. I am gonna look into that for next time. We're gonna need it apparently.
Those were moments from Evo 2004. Evo, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the
Hold on real quick. Thomas just re-up membership, thank you. That is thank you. And Sil versus Seb Gang. Thank you very much, thank you.
grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of DarksydePhil.
East Coast versus
Nice
West
hat.
Coast.
Thank you.
In this particular moment at Evo 2002, the infamous DarksydePhil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater. Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
Oh. How are you? Whoops.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to Evo, the player base was at an entirely
Dude, is that
different
the
level than he
alien?
was used to.
Yeah, I think that's the
Losses
alien,
here
yeah.
were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online, where he would physically threaten his opposition.
Damn.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will. I used to do that.
But in person, that was
No,
a
to him
different
they used to do
story.
that, yeah.
I mean, online he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
That was Jaha, one of the more hot-headed players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players, so Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this
Nobody
guy would
likes
make
him.
posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with like him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
Of course.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They
$10,
arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay.
Hey, man,
But even
$10
then, it
pretty
was
good.
cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK
Kevin.
for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, The King of Hate.
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Yeah,
Oh!
Fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah?
Now, in 2003,
Short and
Phil's
sweet.
infamy grew to new
I like
heights
that.
after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as TopHaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to TopPlayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to EVO. And even though Phil continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was
He's been
also the
begging
only
since day one.
respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even
He
threads
was born
discussing how
begging.
much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project.
Of course.
DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as combo
Alright.
videos.
Loser.
In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just
Low
defining
in
metas,
value.
as DSP points out. Quote, "In some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only. unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players and allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components, as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? This is my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Here we go. 4th place.
Con la nueva tecnología de las toallas nosotras, días perfectos sin manchas y noches tranquilas.
I don't know. I don't know who's that for. Not me, but all right. I don't need. I don't use that. What the fuck? That's nice ad there, YouTube. Okay.
EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
Oh, here we go.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from
That was
ST
funny. That was a funny ad, man.
8.
Where's the KFC ad?
What happened that year? When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game, and you got some idiot named DSP. Who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
I agree.
I like to get that on YouTube. But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up. Bullshit. He was like, oh, I'm protesting EVO because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. All right. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement in now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005 is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
Oh, hell yeah.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega, and he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match, and just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me, and I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2
Excuses.
people, and I was, you know, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me, and so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo.
And he got turned on.
Probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was
John
like a
Rambo.
headlights moment. Like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from Evo and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend.
Oh boy,
they
here we
shared
go.
an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment.
Here we go.
He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006.
the PS2s, right?
Now
Yeah.
on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
For 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for Evo, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at Evo East 2006.
What the fuck did he just say?
As neat as these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in Evo meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
I do agree.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at Evo like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are fucking hypocrite. Because you have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit. I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass. Oh, really? You gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
Okay.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation, and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience.
That was great.
Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some document, because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then, there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then, there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened.
Wow.
So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd.
Okay.
That'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote.
Okay.
When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil.
Of course.
But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
I'm gonna do.
Oh, TJ Maxx, baby. Come on, dude. No, you know what's going on? He had gin. He ginned the eyes. He ginned the eyes. This Rambo was close.
Got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool.
Really?
Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean, for years, these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP,
Straight from DSP.
Check out the shirt.
Take this, bitch.
Oh. Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Oh.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, it mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
I mean,
Phil,
of course.
now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido.
Yes, I called it.
Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage, mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like,
Hogan?
Shit.
The fuck?
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player. But if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East.
He won with himself, using himself. There you go.
Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Honda, come back. Open it down for Japan. David Serlin, one match. DSP, one match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson. And that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah blah blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on like cowering away, looking away, and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Well, he was an alcoholic, so you know.
And you know, Watson's is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time.
You still do?
And I just can't control myself when I do it. And, you know, at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
Hold it like a paper bag.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for EVO Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business. So DSP's work experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism. There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
Dear Lord.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the
first
fortune that I got, fortune I got, that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way,
he saved that shit.
Gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not going to edit this video? You're just going to post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Yep. Why would I edit? It took 2 days, actually,
Why would he edit?
Just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman!
Fringe?
The DarksydePhil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not
style
utilized
begging.
until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4 Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13,
Of course,
then
eating,
19.
of course,
Though all these
food.
videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are
That's
lost.
true.
This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his
Yeah,
television.
the tilt it, yeah.
DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
At least I got all this fucking high definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horse shit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 ripoff.
Sounds drunk.
While the
With
genres
this one.
varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, and that he proclaimed the game sucked,
They all suck.
provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually
Super
non-existent.
Homes Edition.
There was no meta for videos, and not much of a reason to make them considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of
Dude,
recording.
3-minute-long
Instead of
videos?
recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go, that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had, by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2. Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well.
Yeah, just
From here,
upload them,
he could
that's it.
upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos.
Oh, of course,
Though
yeah.
Phil, in
Yeah.
late 2008,
That's it.
did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role
yeah,
of what
Fallout
would be
3,
known
yeah.
as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence.
Yeah, now it's 8
Then
minutes.
the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos. And those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th.
Jesus.
That was 25 uploads in just 2 days.
Wow.
Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads.
Yeah.
By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series.
God
that was
damn.
only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Garbage.
Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak any English, you stupid. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Safe.
Alright.
Viewers
Wow.
were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP.
sure showed that
All
guy.
the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos
sounds
enough
about
to
right.
donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations
Dear
for what he
Lord,
claims
since
were
day
games
one.
and equipment.
God damn.
Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture
Capture
via
card,
what
yeah.
is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
Really?
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum.
Camera.
As these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen. So shut your fucking face.
Shut your face.
Hubble makes contact lenses
Yeah,
easy.
man, editing. I don't know, man. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he will label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game, as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on?
Pig
My name is
reveal
Phil
video.
Brunel, but more commonly known as DarksydePhil, or DSP for short on the internet. And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed videos of all time on YouTube. And actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by
that flex in there.
Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Food. Right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough, the delicious, ginormous pizza. So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice.
Hell, bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world, and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards
the radio voice.
Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
The radio
Not
voice.
everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me.
Red died? Of course.
What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for his shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us.
Did he like kill everybody now in the town here? I think so.
They both come in here.
Was he skipping that long?
Hey!
Oh, now he kills everybody. Yeah.
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did it through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression.
Dude, you
Phil
told
unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
He did.
Why the fuck are they attacking me?
Attacking me.
I don't get it. Why are they attacking me?
They're war on them, buddy. Oh, Flash in trouble here.
Kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
Yes.
My Xbox locked up. Fucking does. Fucking doing it.
Standing fucking roundhouse. Shit fucking.
Nice slam.
Fucking doesn't kidding me. This stupid fucking mission. I'm fucking cooking fucking balls.
Look at some balls.
En Wendy's,
Wendy's.
Los únicos con jugosa carne fresca. Esa es nuestra
I don't know why I want some Wendy's.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid,
I agree with all that,
loud,
actually,
obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
He will.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, DarksydePhil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Oh, the king is back? Oh my god. Oh, nice ball spawn.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right.
That's right. Uncle
They tried
Fest
to take
is
me
back.
down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back.
Curly is back.
That's right.
That's
As you
right.
can see, thank God, my channel, DarksydePhil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This
French.
tactic
I love the
would
French.
also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future.
That's right.
At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up
a couple of... You saw this.
Express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
Gotta be 6. Gotta be 6.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not
Never
me
saw
cooking
that.
out of a cookbook.
Phil was
Never saw
increasingly
that.
monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs,
Yeah.
and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers, the eggs, and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the king videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to do with bacon grease.
Oh god, this.
Oh yeah. Hot fucking potatoes.
Screwed viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life,
Con la nueva tecnología de las toallas nosotras, días perfectos sin manchas y noches tranquilas sin.
Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating, because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors, because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe body. That's not it. What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detail inside to watch out. Oh my god! Oh.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability. And so, by October, the kingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what is going on with that.
Support was at an all-time high. That's why in November he made an exorbitant amount of money.
Twice now.
That first month, I made $18,000.
Whoa!
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone,
don't
talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, that sounds pretty obvious there.
You know how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed
a little bit
to YouTube and
on the nose there.
I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from. So, I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
I know, right?
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Oh, man.
You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
Oh, man. Holy shit. Turn the ovens on!
As the last surviving space Nazi did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes.
I mean, so many things to talk
Unlike
about,
YouTube,
right?
Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos.
Yep.
And then
So
here
I'll
we
show
go.
him.
Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message.
He didn't read.
I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Wow,
Hutch,
block
a
everybody.
gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account.
Thanks,
This
Hutch.
was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
What the fuck?
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up.
He looks so happy, man.
For a
Remember that
while,
dream?
this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website.
The lemon.
Phil was still going to fighting game events,
Look at that
though not as
body, what the
frequently,
fuck?
and if not clear
Damn.
already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes.
With her breasts?
And she does all kinds of different paintings and
You
stuff.
sure that's not in Rambo's ass?
I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
Nice waste of
On
money,
that
by the way.
note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
Yep.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business-class internet, having a place where I could do better filming, and I sure as hell,
Are we on
I'm
a
not
fucking
sure that
ship,
that's
by
ever
the
going
way?
to happen.
We're on a boat here.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He is 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, DarksydePhil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I looked like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking, non-Asian chick.
Yeah, I guess so.
I got eating.
So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
yeah, I have green eyes.
Just getting ignored.
Very rare, so...
What games
I figured that would give away that I'm not Asian.
You're getting ignored, bro!
While Panda Lee
What the
was trying to
fuck?
convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was
He
more
asked the same
curious
question
about
like
the
3 times.
11-year age gap. With Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18, rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage.
Yeah.
But these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise, do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it.
Right.
The police is here.
Police.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
So she called the cops to that?
Panda
Guy
Lee
playing
would
music?
sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult.
Fancy D.
Alright, well anyway.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
So this is how coding is.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
Not just math and numbers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, honestly. Too many goddamn ants.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo, known by their channel Respect the Pack. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shout-out, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day.
They were for free, so
maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel.
That's all they got.
There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey, man. At least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response, they don't want money. They don't want any money after
No
this.
way in hell they said that.
Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Oh, man.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends.
Of course.
This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point.
Look at that hair.
In this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Oh, big-nosed freak.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds. On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't I have nowhere to put,
that
I have no use for, I can't store, I don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much.
Goddamn hoarder.
The problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But
dude, look at
it's
all
all
this
just a
shit.
jumbled
What the
mess on top of
fuck?
my dresser. I need more room.
His
Books,
closet,
really?
even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my
Oh
fucking
my
closet
God.
is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or
Jesus.
understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
I agree, Howard.
There
I
are
agree.
plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few
the
trump
quilts,
his
the
3
quilts.
custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring
quilts.
inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000.
Yeah.
How much was
On
Phil
quilts.
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a
No.
finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes,
Yeah, he
I
did
am
that.
driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
not
The
bad.
problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming. And then in 2012, I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money. So, regardless of what happens in this next year,
So where's that money
still
at?
okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
Tiene insuficiencia
That's Phil.
cardíaca y
That
sufre
old
de
guy was
síntomas
Phil.
que no desaparecen. La
Grandpa.
insuficiencia cardíaca.
That old guy was Phil.
What could be the two reasons? There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Come on. That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game.
Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
It's not my fault. I love it.
Oh, wait, whoa.
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
Look at the zoom in.
What the fuck?
On February 15, 2013,
is when everything
YouTube user
changed.
EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary.
Nice aim.
I fucking missed.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play.
Yeah.
Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from, that's on every day 10 times a day.
24
hours. Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it to the point where
competition,
a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
He actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that opposed him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about DarksydePhil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed DarksydePhil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support. one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Nice name. Oh my god.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
Stack shit up.
How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here.
Yeah, gotta stack some shit up, man.
Skip the video while my family suffers
Sorry.
every second. They need your support. I swear you can help us.
I got this. It's terrible what happened.
Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot!
Whoa, he made it.
Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
a DSP soundboard,
Cock-a-dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure.
Game not there.
No game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form This Is How You Don't Plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child.
I like that one.
A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year.
This video is
I got
great.
so much stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at
Look at
this.
the floor. Look at this.
I'm looking.
It's a fucking hideous mess. And I wish.
I'm looking,
I really
freak.
wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the
Stop
curiosity
buying
about
shit?
DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone,
Really,
he
Trey?
took
What?
at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pandalee, sometimes
The
both.
fuck is going
the
on?
reason this was becoming irrelevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on DarksydePhil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I
If I
can go to his
think
house.
man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was
Lynched him?
also
Wait a
in
minute.
on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only
I
help
like
to
this
build
one.
attention, DSP set
come
out on
on!
attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit!
Tobuscus.
Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot.
I called it.
Who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie
Wow,
has
Trey.
said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's
Those are his
advertising the
views.
game. That's fine. It's
Guy's a
even a
thief.
gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed.
'cause he was salty,
games that were rising in popularity
Minecraft,
like
oh
Minecraft
God.
for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it. Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question.
Yeah.
Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began. With DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, it made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up,
Oh my god, this.
DarksydePhil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing
The
for
best
Tuesday,
unboxing ever.
February 11th, 2014.
They're gonna unbox the game.
Before everyone
They're
says
gonna open
what
the game.
is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's Release Day unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance.
Or just pay
the
him.
social elements
No,
are
just
as
pay for it.
important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
Yikes.
What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross. A steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s. Unquote. The
Yikes.
jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend.
Yeah.
Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm
like
hoping
3 capture
to
cards?
get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
Jesus.
He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases.
I know, why 3?
Quote, lol. So he ordered 1 capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered?
I know,
You
right?
got more
What?
money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search.
I know, right?
Lol.
Reviews,
Unquote.
stuff like
What the
that?
comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Man.
We already got a broken piece of plastic.
Oh.
Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
Choppy, look at the popping. Look at the popping.
The game's choppy as fuck on my new
Choppy,
PC.
look at the popping.
Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like,
exactly.
He just didn't know how to use his PC.
I freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
What
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes. But he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out.
Exactly, yeah.
Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor,
got
entertainer,
time.
actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle.
Or you just pay
In November
somebody
of
to edit, but,
2014,
you know,
a
I
Twitch
digress.
mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality
Dear
streams,
Lord,
actually
look at
had
views.
Phil lose viewership, as
Holy
few Twitch
shit.
native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration
Nice
and
fan
criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right. I let them take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
Staying at a
It has
hotel.
big suite.
Oh, what a
Actively
nice
watching
son.
DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started
Wow,
as
what a
laughing
scumbag.
at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas. This Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, foreign drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value.
Yeah.
The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people, one that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
SOK.
Hello everyone and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves,
What's going on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah,
Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Lupo572 shortly.
That was the Sons of
Remember
Kojima
that voice in a while,
podcast.
actually.
This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Los Chicken Wonders de Subway Series
Ah,
están en
looks
oferta
good.
con el Series Pack por
Making me
solo
hungry.
$179. Escogen sub de...
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they would promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a DarksydePhil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was a 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. And between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name DarksydePhil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166.
That's still kind of
What
low,
influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with.
Oh my god.
Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money, and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them, or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also, during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of the green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's declining views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage.
Box
to
looked like
anything
shit,
inside.
actually.
There's lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage.
Broken, yep.
Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super...
Slot. Come out, fat ass.
Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you.
Con la nueva tecnología de las toallas nosotras, días perfectos sin manchas y noches tranquilas sin...
If you've ever made a "this is how you don't play about me," if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums quitted using the chat function on his live streams, but not donating as loitering. But it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced, especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
I like that line.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. Power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals, and more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build
behind that chain,
that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unsated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello. I'm John.
Oh, that's great.
I'm joined by
Scotty
Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays, and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Damn. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Oh my god. Oh, camera's on.
What is up, everyone?
Huh?
Hello and welcome.
Los martes de Kentucky se
ponen KFC, there you go.
De 6 deliciosas fresas receta original por 10 pesitos.
For Phil.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time.
No, that's an ad. See, that's
Phil
that's what
attempted
you
to dismiss
playing,
what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff, like
KFC,
scratching his leg.
son.
The bombardment of memes and other media would not allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, DarksydePhil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as the
guy.
You know every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of DarksydePhil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the purpose of this post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new buck meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous. And over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming This Is How You Don't Plays for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games.
Who gives a shit?
Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my machinima payment is literally coming through today, unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
Oh god, we saw this.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way.
We saw
this.
The
goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
Seal laugh.
DSP tries a KFC grilled chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
That KFC, baby.
South Park or they're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Chaos?
Leanna, I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh? What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? There's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand.
You know, it's close to home there.
What does that mean?
Triggered.
It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone.
Somebody got triggered, baby.
Circle jerking circle. That made no sense at all.
So why you triggered them?
Mean?
Why you trigger, Piggy?
En Wendy's apostamos
Wendy's.
a lo de aquí. Los únicos con jugosa
Dude, I'm
carne
getting
fresca.
hungry.
Esa
Come
es nuestra
on.
garantía.
Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Stop showing food.
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures? What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense.
Not an inside joke,
It makes
Piggy.
zero fucking sense. And yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. That's so fucking stupid.
As was revealed
Nice
to
trigger.
Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was
man.
her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations. That's when on February 28th, a Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract.
Of course.
After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique." Unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on." Unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various Content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership.
It's cool, boss.
This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so Content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panda Lee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately.
Oh my god.
It was one that Panda Lee personally liked on her Black Currant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring.
Yikes.
A testament
Holy
to his
shit.
detractors' obsession and or Phil's
low there.
finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Liberia Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Liberia Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
You know, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free, no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive. And they never...
Too skinny, though.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So, if that gives you any idea...
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years?
Jesus Christ.
What?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy is a living meme!
Yeah.
No, there is, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you
to
change your oil?
Yeah.
Everyone says you can earn a respected bachelor's in business online.
Everyone looks like John Rambo, actually, without the hat.
They offer accredited degrees in finance, HR, business management, marketing, accounting, IT, and even healthcare.
No, I like that little bit.
Learn more today.
I like that little bit of oil, by the way. That was great.
En Olive Garden, el mejor sabor italiano es.
Alright, so now they got it right. Now we got food. There we go.
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream.
Yeah.
Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance, unquote. Phil, still in the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So, that was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay?
Over Hogan there?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hold on 1 second, everybody.
DoorDash is
I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call.
Yeah, DoorDash is late.
Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Pandalee's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, you know, in the room because of, you know, everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever. So, and we did, on the way home, I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches.
Yeah,
we just ate them and now she's sleeping. So, so that's what happened. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm going to tell him, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, give her a pill, and that's it. Because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Pandalee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Pandalee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, DarksydePhil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so, anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack. I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes, DarksydePhil, here's your dedication to Panda Lee.
In many ways, Phil
Rambo
was
come back.
defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to
Keyboard.
dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol, unquote.
Wait a minute.
Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues, unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job meant to provide a steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near-decade-long residence. The stinking fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period, he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone, unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis.
Really?
A user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really, unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments, for example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial. Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess
Yeah,
if you want to like twist,
for the laws.
if you just want to twist my logic into black and white, there, sure.
No, I mean, that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you.
Okay, all right.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million?
No.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick. You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some man mayonnaise for $10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you that much?
What the fuck?
Jesus.
Wait a minute.
I'm a Rybor.
They refuse to answer, but if you notice when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking
I'm
of
a
a number.
Rybor.
Every one of them was thinking of a number.
No way on
Some
earth.
comments
Hell
under
no.
this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing.
They got nothing.
That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls.
Oh man,
unquote.
getting roasted.
On Kiwi Farms,
That
there
roast.
is a tremendous amount of information, detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panelli's brother's wedding. Quote, what did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet.
That's true.
They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money.
Well, that's what happened.
They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the Sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues. The snorting is blamed on what DSP claims is a post-nasal trip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some more, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish...
Hold on, Pika just re-up the numbers here, thank you. And, third thing was worth, thank you. It says, we are legionnaires, thank you.
Penne means penis. The last item viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
Gin and tonic is my drink of choice.
Thank you.
Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe, you know, a few times a week at night to unwind, especially if it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And, yes, I do have a drink.
Gin?
Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was not often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit.
I can't wait to
but now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like, he, in September, found that he owed money to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and the letter says, we suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming, okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer all of these questions for us.
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes. He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions, my tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes, all right? I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
Damn, really?
The importance of this is now Phil was claiming to owe state taxes since 2014. Stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there would no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office. Save for a few additional DSP tries it videos, like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars
Dude, it moves like him. Holy
thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Just like him.
True to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard. while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced. As a final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life, okay? I feel like she's my soulmate. I truly do.
The soulmate.
I am in love with her, absolutely. She's in love with me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here similar or whatever and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off. Even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. Where this cat reveal caused relief, the next cat reveal only brought frustration.
Los Chicken Wonders de Subway
That's
Series
Subway, son.
el Series Pack por solo $7.79. Escogen sub de...
What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full story of how I basically obtained sponsorship, and then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone, okay?
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop-shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair.
That's it, yep.
I got the chair already.
You got the chair.
That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors
got the chair, son.
They can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Oh, God.
Can we please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
Oh, man.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Oh, man.
I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind
Dude,
the
I'm
internet
loving
of
this
his
shit.
existence.
I'm loving this.
This all hardly competed with ongoing events, relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake. DSP was practically non-existent, until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slid at PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds, as in not so quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil, like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the Escort saga, but in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote, and Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
This fucking piece of shit? This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snore compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered.
Oh man, that was great.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended AdSense account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP get a job, unquote. This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil, opting to continue streaming to dwindling audience, would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Tutankhamun, or Tut for short.
Oh my god.
They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage, as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April.
What?
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Oh, hell yeah.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up. And right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind.
Oh, dear
I've got
Lord.
tax payments
Holy
due.
shit.
My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes, their
That's true, Alex.
taxes
I agree, yeah.
were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations in other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
Yeah, a megathon, yeah.
It's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950, because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is.
That's low, man.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal, so Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top, again stating where all the money would go to.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
Tax guy,
There
I like
was
that.
some natural
Tax
skepticism
guy.
and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person.
Yep.
And so, in the detractor community, while theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon
that
streams
sounds about
to
right.
finance
Yep.
some of the wedding. But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
And I did. I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500. But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips, and normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally.
Okay.
And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response.
Oh boy.
His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can
First thing you
assure
mentioned
all
is
of you
food.
that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is
sure about
Phil
that?
lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with 2 decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet, but hashtag ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops."
Oh man,
unquote.
he couldn't wait for that,
Now
huh?
that ProJared was going through his own controversy sparked from his new Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-ProJared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is
the
because
debunk stream.
in the past couple of days,
the
internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a major way in a long time, in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander.
Oh, God.
In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, "What is my favorite drink? I like White Russians." Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. You want to come up here? Or you want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today, who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here.
Man, look at that hair.
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper, but users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. The thing that a lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
Oh, so that's
on
what they were
top
wrong.
of this,
Okay.
Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a
Planet
second
Whale.
positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this user-made graph, the day Jasper was revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream.
Yikes!
But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings, a creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right.
Where did the load go?
Where did the load go?
Normally, a like-to-dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water.
Oh, I can see
as
that,
not
yeah.
only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, it's a Gundam
Chris, The
willingly
Simpsons,
skipped
yeah.
over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list
Gin
of
in the
controversial
eyes.
moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight, information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms, a user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he
who
found
knows?
commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your tardians that your main pay whale, BSV, has been saying doing some stupid shit. Which, yes, at the time, are where going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate farm dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lull unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire. Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxing men do have done to them is their fault. Not his, because they're stupid and they use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF and ICD. Dox Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about their detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed.
Con la nueva tecnología de las toallas nosotras, días perfectos sin manchas y noches tranquilas sin...
A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view
my God,
event,
the bankruptcy.
which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions.
Yes.
The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
Well, basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors. In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28.
Holy shit,
The secured loans with collateral include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum. Or if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it.
That's true.
Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know?
I would say no.
The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, they're champions, yeah.
Superstar, introducing down from the rafters.
Damn. Thought he killed him.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gacha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush, of all games, or what's the other one, Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good, but I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
Yeah.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed DarksydePhil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game.
Like a moron.
This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game. He was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena, and the guild, unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's Guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove the Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline.
Yep.
And whenever he was online, streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher spenders or those more invested in games, guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord, but in other cases it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There's also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under the Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I don't know anything about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is tied to the Line app account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Video big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you. Oh my god. I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly
What about the verification
done that, right?
code, though?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Yes.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Phil Burnell.
Everyone said I'd have to leave my job to earn a marketing degree. Everyone except WGU.
I like the way he said
Their
that.
competency-based
Phil
online model
Burnell.
let me complete
I'm
assignments
bored.
and take tests at my pace, with no set login
Phil
times. Apply
Burnell.
free at
The
wgu.edu.
Figueroa. Wendy's.
Lo boricua se lleva en la carne. En Wendy's apostamos.
Not only that, when ranting about John Rambo, he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I am the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a Line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also a unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is
Yeah, he
illegitimate.
did a lot what he did, yeah.
Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course,
that,
they
yeah,
never
I guess
use
so.
Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact who I chatted to a Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line App is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that they call me DSP as Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, "Do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months?" He responded with, "It's not just possible, it's true." That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court." Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There's also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They Call Me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They Call Me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Rafters was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, "some idiot video game streamer that they hate," unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said, I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You'll put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it. That's the truth of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first, and then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is
Oh my God.
This is Rochelle Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your office with you?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Yeah.
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I think that's the problem.
Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
Okay.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Oh,
Network.
WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught.
Yeah.
But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh
no. It's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive.
Yeah.
But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on set equipment every month.
Maintenance every month? What the fuck?
It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of, utilities necessary for the business, cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees.
Yeah.
But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil.
Yeah, one
guy. It was
guy.
a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on. But yeah, right. I don't think these were...
What followed was a few seconds of
This is
silence.
pretty awkward, yeah.
Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil, was a failure.
Yeah.
Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PicPicGo is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on. People are saying, I should look for the vest. Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
Lardo. Oh my god.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't find the I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was.
You have it on, dumbass?
It was right there in the closet.
You can find the vest, but he's got it on, yeah. How does that work? Alright.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the past and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil William says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil.
I agree, boss, yeah.
Phil dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway. If we hit the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream,
okay, what the fuck?
I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that?
Damn, what a steal.
See how stupid this shit is?
What a steal.
I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream, and people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to put on the vest, so...
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
If only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gives us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak. We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96.
Jesus.
Yes, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams.
Shit
Holy
fan
shit,
art, by
thank
the
you
way.
guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he would put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about another 10 minutes, so no lie, unless we hit the tips goal within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte took $29.30. So ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have reached the tips goal.
The vest streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside of stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So, I don't know why people were, like, if people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13. While viewers had pulled through a few times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vestry going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over.
Oh, wow.
So,
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to die eventually, yet was greatly displeased in the moment that it happened. The next stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
now, my wife had a crazy suggestion.
Oh my God, Skittles,
All right?
Skittles. Hold
I know
on.
people are immediately gonna jump on this, but
Skittles.
it's fucking stupid and embarrassing. But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tip skull, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this?
Oh, here we go.
100% this was her suggestion.
Skittles.
All right.
Spin the chair.
Ready?
Spin the
Spinning
chair.
his chair
Wow.
as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward
that
for the
did
tip
not
skull.
that's shit. Why would it
Yet with
catch
the streak
on? Look at this
gone,
shit.
So was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Nash.
All right, DarksydePhil, Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ, I mean, you spent $40,000 on a WWE Championship mobile game.
Okay.
Went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long.
Yeah.
While your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube, live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out.
Oh.
So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag.
All
When I
right.
got your dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang, I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
DarksydePhil,
Nash sounds tired.
what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in
Sandman?
debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
DarksydePhil
DarksydePhil
the best
doesn't
one.
understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away.
I know,
but on
right?
the mobile game, embarrassing.
Yeah.
And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PWDubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I know, right?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PWDubs continually attempting
Thanks for
to
the
get a
money,
rise
dummy.
out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with
Loser.
the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PWDubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PWDubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PWDubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus. Why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters." Unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PWDubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression.
Yeah.
This rogue mod, known as Anonymous, or Anony for short, was in talks with KiwiFarm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PWDubs. But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021,
Yeah,
this
man.
came to a head mid-March.
Batista, looking like shit.
I've got a disease. It's gonna kill me.
This
Batista look like shit.
Like the
Sorry, Batista.
Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to DarksydePhil leaks. I mean DarksydePhil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous' departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of a streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Alright.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymous's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that! There's some kind of a glitch.
Oh, the glitch.
Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason.
Huh.
What the
weird.
hell? Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently, something very, very bad just happened.
Something very bad.
Kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against DarksydePhil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work I did last month after being
that whole thing
my
was right.
partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently Because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well, and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow. Pay my mortgage, so if you can, please.
3K goal? What the fuck?
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage.
3K, son.
Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly.
Yep.
On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making. It's ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and maybe get out of this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine. I'll sweat. I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest.
Talk about ungrateful.
It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes if we could hit the tips goal.
Dude, just give him money. That's it.
All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force took me $1.30. He says, "Don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me." That's because you're stupid.
Oh.
Seriously, that's because you're stupid.
Toxic.
If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What are you, dumb? Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat that's a
nice
hat
fan art
to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself. And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun. Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared.
Which game is this?
Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy.
Oh, God.
But he had a big-ass gun I wanted, and I didn't get it.
Holy shit. It was right there.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example.
Oh my God.
I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
Taste of vanilla magic led him to
Every time it's true, yeah.
We're back.
Levels of depravity.
Did he get pissed? He
The
said
top
they
3
stole
comments
his,
on this video
his
read,
video or some
quote,
shit.
"The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at."
I know, right?
Unquote.
Jesus.
During this entire time,
said they
his
stole the
finances were
flip.
still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
The Bangleys.
En Wendy's apostamos a lo de aquí. Los únicos con
I'm
jugosa
pretty sure the
carne
Bangleys are
fresca.
coming
Esa
up.
es nuestra garantía.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes. So someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America,
Yeah.
using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So
This event would be known as the bank leaks. Charted,
Yep.
graphed, and
All
described
that.
to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September
Cuts and
17th,
curls.
2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft. A federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web of lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank
Taco
account.
Bell.
On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious.
Oh yeah.
And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts.
Yep.
Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99,
Yep.
and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings.
God damn.
In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions.
Holy shit.
These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature.
What I would do
In
with that
September
money.
2020 alone, the month the vest streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction, and that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster. This was not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
Really?
But there is one streamer that forgot to turn off the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know? Have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Nah, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit. Yeah.
I agree.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms.
Oh?
Quote, "Let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so
Kool-Aid.
she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dank, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices."
Oh man.
Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable.
Yeah.
But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family.
I know, right?
As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here. We're gonna name Phil.
Yay! Let's name him. The Christmas begins.
The fuck?
You gonna look up at you like, huh? Heck yeah.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach.
Right.
Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin. The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item. This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike any other content creator, mock Phil.
Of course, I mean, yeah.
The good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game.
Oh.
You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible.
Wow.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell.
Yeah.
If it's an act.
How would it?
And he's just really committed. I can't tell.
How'd you even do that?
But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
Oh, yeah,
that's
great.
a lot of balls. What are we doing with these balls?
Balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Are we making like a...
There's... Huh?
Like an excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know
Man,
what we're
why
doing,
the
even
fuck
though
you
the
play
game
this
has
game?
absolutely no explanation for anything.
Should have skipped this one, let me tell ya.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Right. No, I remember this, yeah.
That one, you sons of bitches.
Oh.
Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself enough on the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now I'm known for other things, right? You can watch my podcast, you can come and react.
Gamer
you can
guy.
still do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image, via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this react stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this react was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this react event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into PicPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know? The conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had in months.
One of the year games,
one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there. Support of the stream was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Obviously, I want to finish it, you know? But
this, yeah.
I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
I was waiting for this, actually.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar-looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions. The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters.
Nice hair.
This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know.
You mean you?
You just have to be a moron. I'm sorry. I mean, how dumb can you be to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my God, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna ever lie to you and tell you things that aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And this is coming from someone who has it.
Alright.
Because I've got a low level of autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as that is. And I think I donated it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is someone I've known. I don't really know, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble, and I should help him out.
Where do you get these wheelchairs from?
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fanbase. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400.
Oh man.
I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with.
But Phil
not even
got some money,
subscription.
yeah.
I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans.
Oh,
in the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil would try to make gamer Jay Lee seem uncredible.
About me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and my family, and he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I got to say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination. Even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the Side Scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil.
Oh man,
keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring DarksydePhil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, starting Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
Yeah, they have that
so I
nice
guess
roast,
with all that
that
said,
nice barbecue.
let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on DarksydePhil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts
That's
are
a lie right
appreciative of
there.
Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were to
But are they
just be-
sticking? Are they
For
staying
sure.
though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his
Oh my God.
finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
Yep, that's true.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily.
Man, look at his eyes.
They don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
That's right. She's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Oh, man.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself,
Oh, boy.
stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit.
Kirby, he
Saying,
did.
what could you possibly be
Moolah.
spending $5,000
To
on?
the Shadow Realm.
Expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Geez, your mortgage, because if you work from home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get taxed write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
specifically, no, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing.
I know, right?
But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the
risk.
Thing. I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back. I'm back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account.
Exactly, yep.
Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
That's true. Yeah, man.
The algorithm like sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that like you're doing this right now.
I know,
2
right?
weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
50K, yeah.
The Lolcow Podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially.
Yeah.
However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find like what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid. Pretty much there's no solid evidence that proves anything like 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all.
He's always low on money.
So, but you'd still like probably like watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
That's him? Alright, overall, yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good overall. I got no complaints. They kind of drag out a little bit here and there. Other than that, it was pretty good. You know, I enjoyed it. That was alright. Let's do some mystery folder here, and then I gotta clock out, and I gotta do some stuff for the rest of the day. But I was thinking we could do more. Hold on, more of that. Let me see what I got in the mystery folder. Mystery guy. Mystery guy here. There's some stuff here. Oh, and I want someone to see it, guys. I can't find it. Alright, just try this out. What is this?
Dumb. There's no way we could come back. There's a chopper. What the dude? This is dumb. There's no way we could come back. There's a chopper in the sky during the
Kirby, exactly.
mode.
Yeah.
Go f yourself. The enemy gets better spawns. The enemy. Yeah, look at this. 17 to 44. I'm not wasting time. I'm gonna keep going until they give me a real match. Anything else, greatly appreciated, guys. But I told you I had a feeling. I had a feeling today was gonna be the end of the streak, and it sure looks like it's gonna be tonight. I mean, at this point, we're at 23 bucks, and we got about a little over an hour left. We can't look. It's not a fair fight. Got a moron AFK. Yeah, this. So I need to raise money in order to save my ass from these state taxes out of nowhere that came up out of nowhere. So people come out, we're supportive of Phil. Let's cheer, let's tip. They do it, great. Now I'll get past the state taxes, but now federal tax. Oh, now you owe more because you made more money. Support in some way. Everything's appreciated. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and tips. But the tips is what we're tracking the marathon for here. 38 straight streams of hitting the $150 goal. It'd be amazing to keep that going tonight. But I'll say this, if it doesn't continue tonight, because I've had a feeling it's going to probably die out soon because all the drama is now done. I'm done with this drama content at this point. I think like it's probably gonna end. I don't know if it'll be tonight, but I feel like it's coming, you know? So, but we'll see. I mean, I would be amazed if it kept going. I really would, and I'm grateful, so thank you for that. And let's keep it rolling if we can. That's awesome stuff. I can't wait. I'm having so much fun now. This is cool because I'm getting that positive vibe that I had for most of 2017. I'm getting it back now. But now I'm getting that groove back, that vibe back. I'm ready for fun stuff. I hope you guys are ready too. All right. Jay's just loving this right now. I'm glad that you are, Jay.
Even more.
Here we go again. Kill order stinks. Seriously, kill order stinks. I'm the HVT, so I have to be careful. I have to try to hide. All I gotta do is camp. That's all I'm supposed to do is not get killed.
We've given up the lead.
Yeah.
Enemy HVT on site. Take them out.
Or with that. This is what you're supposed to do as the HVT, so
nice
that's why I don't
quality
want to fuck
content right here, by the way.
They finally got me. They finally got me. I scored so many points for our team by doing that.
Some nice.
Oh, but my team sucks. It didn't do anything. Are you kidding me? My team didn't do anything when I was doing that, so now we're losing.
Friendly HVT on site.
Oh, you
Keep
fucking
them safe.
idiots.
Site. Keep them safe.
Oh my lord, the whole team's in my face, of
Keep
course.
the package safe. Enemy HVT is down.
What the fuck? Now there's a chopper? What the dude?
Damn.
This is dumb. There's no way we can come back. There's a chopper in the fucking sky
Rage square,
during
nice.
this fucking mode. Go fuck yourself. There shouldn't. Why do you have kill streaks like that during a mode where you're supposed to be defending and attacking a target and strategic? You can't play it. It's a waste of time. That's why I don't play those modes. That's a complete waste of everyone's fucking time right there. No, give me team deathmatch. Give me domination. Give me a normal mode for intelligent players, not fucking stupid shit. I'm just trying to be stealthy and smart. It doesn't matter. Like, this game isn't meant for intelligent people. So they just fucking get away with running around like assholes. They always spawn advantageously. You can't be like strategic when you're playing this fucking game. You just gotta run around like an idiot. Well, you're a good crowd tonight, everyone. Thanks for chilling. Over 400 here tonight. I appreciate that. If you are here and you're having a good time, please hit the like button. It helps. And consider supporting the stream. Right now, we're at $14 in super chats, 2 memberships, and $23 in tips. My concern is continuing the king streak tonight.
Low, man.
And hitting 39. So if you really like the content and you've been supporting the channel, you want to see this momentum continue. All these idiotic detractors who over the last 48 hours thought, oh, Phil having this documentary out and him reacting to it, and then, you know, doing this Stuttering Craig interview, that'll be the end of him, right? No, I'm still here. I'm still doing great stuff.
Rage quit that interview or some shit. I heard about that.
A bunch of fucking morons. But yeah, please support the stream tonight in any ways. Appreciate it. The king streak, keeping that alive would be great. Look, my team's not even moving. What? My team isn't playing. We have a team of people who aren't playing the game. Well, I'm leaving. I'm not gonna play by myself. The whole team was standing still.
He does, man.
Right? Like, what the hell was that?
You need that money.
Keep it down.
Fix it up, brother.
What? Oh wait, I was the high value target? I hate this shit. I had no clue I was the high value target. It doesn't fucking tell you. It's like tiny text at the top of the screen. It's incredibly stupid. Tell me in giant fucking letters on the screen that I'm a high value target, you dumb game.
Damn.
Come on, I just stimmed and I was instantly killed? What the fuck was that?
HVT under fire.
I know what he wants to stim.
Keep the package safe.
There was no one there. I cleared the room. There was no one there. Then I died to people who magically appeared out of nowhere. They probably spawned, right? They probably spawned immediately there. Stupid broken fucking game. What? Oh, we're losing fucking Bravo. There's no one here.
Losing B.
Where? I couldn't see him at all. What the fuck? I was at the best vantage point and I could not see the guy. That made no fucking sense. You stupid fucking game. What a dumb game. That was so stupid. He totally was not visible at all. What the fuck was that? This is pissing me off now. Yeah.
Insanely
bitch. Slide luck bullshit. Can someone please die? The whole enemy team just keeps lining. Look, literally the whole enemy team was staring at me. So why'd I fucking spawn next to them like that?
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Where? There's no one there. What the fuck, man?
What's going on?
I got a chopper shooting me. Oh, come on. What on earth?
Oh, that was a funny death, actually. Dude, why is he calling John Rambo?
Thank you, Roy, for a super chat.
Secure the
He totally
he's using John Rambo, yeah.
He's a cow. Wow, what is going on? Like, I have no chance to do anything now. Repeated matches in a row. I can't even play the game. Did it do this skill-based bullshit and now it makes me so I'm nerfed and I can't even react to anything? Did it do this skill-based bullshit and now it makes me so I'm nerfed and I can't even react to anything? Because that's what the game does. They've actually researched and found there's concrete evidence that after a few matches, all of a sudden you're less responsive. Even if you're playing better, you're less responsive. The enemy gets better spawns. The enemy, yeah, look at this. 17 to 44. I'm not wasting time. I'm going to keep going until they give me a real match. Oh, he rage quit. He freaking rage quit. All right, there you go. Amazing. Thank you, Roy, for that. Appreciate the super chat, by the way. Anything else, greatly appreciated, guys. But I told you I had a feeling. I had a feeling today was going to be the end of the streak, and it sure looks like it's going to be tonight. I mean, at this point, we're at 23 bucks, and we got about a little over an hour left. But if it ends tonight, it's fine. Really, no problem. It's been such a great run. You guys have been nothing but crazy supportive this last month, so thank you so much for that.
Capture the objective.
That's it, man. Love that Hogan in the back.
All right. I'm just going to stretch my legs, guys. But you know what? I might as well pee.
Yeah.
I might as well pee. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to go pee. And while I'm peeing, all right, it'd be great if we could get 200 likes. We have 420 people watching right now, and I'm still here for another hour. But I'm going to go pee. Let's get 200 likes, and let's get at least a $75
whale
Let's get
call.
halfway to the tips goal for the night so we can continue the King streak and let those fucking detractors know that I am going to keep winning. That nothing they say or do, this with downvoting of my videos and leaving nasty comments on Twitter, that it's not going to do anything. That I'm still here and you guys are here to support.
Dude, it's time for a whale call, man.
This
Come
streak
on.
has been going on for so long and we've pretty much just been hitting it every night. I never really put thought into what would be another streak. I don't even know. I think there may not be another streak. Like, this was basically just like the natural streak. And it happened naturally. And I don't know if there would even be another one, seriously. It might just be it's over. There's no more streaks, no more celebrations, nothing. We just don't bother with it anymore. That's the end of it. Thank you, guys. No tips, no super chats, no memberships. One gifted membership during that break. How about likes?
All right.
7 likes during the break. 7. This is how you treat your king? This is how you treat your king?
King?
The
What the
king's
fuck?
coffers are full of dust. They're empty. You understand? They're empty. The king demands the taxes.
Dude, the KFC look at him,
He says,
man.
if you enjoy the content, you should pay the tax.
Man, what a scumbag.
All right, let's continue. No, the joke is not going a little far. The joke is a joke, Gooper Goop. In fact, I already know who you are, so I'm just going to get rid of you like everybody else.
Well, that was
you
quick.
idiot.
Damn.
Okay.
Man his ass.
Face off, team
I
deathmatch.
didn't want to do that. That was
Destroy
bad.
the
I
enemy.
needed to run right into them, and I already fucked up.
Bullet ahead.
Well, instantly killed, even though I shouldn't have even been visible at that point, but whatever you say, game. Well, I was behind the crate, instantly killed again. I can already tell you the connection is going to be awful for this one.
Whoa, what
You can always tell. Why is that guy green? Wait a minute. Why is that player green?
the? Rage quit? We got
Does
rage
anyone know
quit?
why the player is colored green? I'm not in a party.
Huh?
Right? I'm not in a party, right?
Paranoid much?
What is going on right now? I'm not in a party, correct? Why is that guy's name showing as green? I don't want to do that. I
Nice.
didn't want to climb that. I just wanted to run, and he grabbed it by himself. I didn't press jump or nothing. He literally grabbed it himself. I never did that. Wait, he's in your... How is he in my party? My party is closed. Here. My party is closed.
Damn.
See? Open? I had it as closed. Are you kidding me? They changed it? These morons changed it. That's insane. Because it went open beta, they changed your fucking settings? What a bunch of... Dude, they are so fucking stupid. The makers of this game are some of the dumbest motherfuckers. They changed the party settings because it's open beta instead of closed. It's the same fucking app. I didn't download anything new. It's literally the same fucking app and game, but it changes your settings because it went to open beta. I mean, wow, that's genius level fucking programming and intelligence there from fucking Activision Blizzard, isn't it? Fucking morons. Who is it? Who made this one? I don't even know who made this one. Treyarch or whatever? You're fucking morons, man. Look, we have a person just standing there.
Says
we
the
can't
moron.
look. It's not a fair fight. We got a moron AFK.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck this. There's no point. We got one guy camping. No
Nice
one's killed
play,
him
Red
yet.
Squib.
We have an AFK player just standing there doing nothing. Bunch of fucking idiots. The Hate Tip Me $1 says, how about for a sub-goal, Rage Mondays or Salty Saturday Suffering Sundays? I know, Tate says, even if the streak ends tonight, you still have RTU's chip and that's priceless. That is correct. But, I mean, let's be honest. It's awesome to keep fucking pissing off my fucking detractors every night. You know how angry they are? Like, I took a day off, and they spent the entire day making clone accounts, brand new accounts with 1 day existence on YouTube to crap on my videos about Stuttering Craig, and to basically fucking, like, say stupid stuff on Twitter. Like, that was what they did my whole day off. They literally sat there the whole day with fucking new accounts. They're so upset that things are going well for me, they can't handle it.
Oh, at the very end. Fish and mail.
Like,
get him next time.
I'm just so tired of this stupid shit. I really am.
Alright. I think it's kind of boring, to be quite honest. But let's do some of that cooking shit you guys like. Hold on.
What's up, everyone? It's DSP, and
What are you
welcome
making
to
here?
episode 3 of the series that is already way too long to be a joke, yet I still consider it a joke. Cooking with the King. It is dinner time. It is 7:30 at night. I am starving. I should have eaten an hour ago, but I was busy making a channel update video, and so now I need to get something together, and I want something big, something that's going to fill me. Actually, I had a very quick lunch today, very small one, so I am really hungry.
Really
This is gonna be my
hungry.
primary meal for the day. So I'm going to whip together some burgers.
Alright.
And there's 100 different ways to make burgers. Here, hold on a second. I'm actually going to go to my fridge while I just leave this camera here recording for a second. There's 100 billion different ways you can make burgers. I mean, I've seen people who go the traditional route where, you know, it's just ketchup and cheese. I am going to make cheeseburgers, by the way, because that is more American than just a hamburger. I've seen people who go crazy ways and just what you put jalapenos and onion rings and things on their burger. I don't go that extensive, but I do like to mix it up a little bit. So what are we gonna do to start out with our burgers? Now,
where are you going?
If I had 100, hours to make the food, I would have nice fresh ground beef. But let's face it, after I cook bacon, I don't even know enough to wash my fucking hands. So if I was going to make ground beef, I'd probably kill myself. So what I do usually when I do make burgers at home, I buy some kind of a patty from the store, and don't get the generic brand. If you're going to get something, this is actually a local market store that I have, and their stuff's really good. Actually, this kind of burger, and also Bubba Burgers. I've had Bubba Burgers before, and Bubba Burgers are really good. The problem with Bubba Burgers is they're a little bit harder to cook than these. It's hard to judge when they're going to be ready. These usually, they're very easy to cook. In fact, this has an 8-minute time limit where you just cook it 2 minutes on each side. And flip it, and it's done. And it's not so overdone that it's dry, but it's just good enough that it's juicy. I actually got the ones that have Vidalia onion pieces inside of them, which are absolutely delicious. But you can get different ones. Like sometimes you can get ones with cheese already in the burger, which I think is gross. But you can get ones with bacon bits and things like that. I don't go too crazy, but anyway. Here we go, 2 third-pound burgers. They're not even going to be close to being a third pound once they're cooked because they lose so much from the fat. So anyway, they're frozen burgers. The first thing we're going to do as we've talked about before, let me position this camera. I can't really see where it's pointing.
Right,
We're going to use
fucking-
Pam on a frying pan. Now, the thing about this frying pan, it's a little bit special.
Man, look at that body.
It's kind of like a griddle pan. It's flat, and it's square, and it has these ridges. So you're going to get those sear marks on your burgers when you cook it on here. I actually do have a panini grill over there, and I've heard you can cook burgers really well on it. I haven't tried it yet. I might try it at some point, but I'm hungry now. I don't want to experiment. I'm making a video. I have to make sure that the food comes out well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to spray down my cool pan with the Pam, like I always do. I say you can use oil, you can use butter, but I just go ahead and I use the sprayable Pam. I'm going to turn it on to my burner on medium here. Now, problem that you're going to find when you get frozen burgers often is they freeze together. And
No
it's
shit.
a pain in the ass because, especially if you didn't cook them right away, they're like a rock. So what I usually do, and unfortunately I don't have a lot of room here today because I have so many ingredients laid out, but you got to separate these guys, and
yeah,
usually a metal spatula does the trick. Shit, I really have nowhere to do this. Now let's move my bread a little bit here.
Yo.
And maybe try to separate it on a plate.
Huh? Why the play? Yeah, nice cross
As you can
contamination
see,
going
these
on
are
here.
frozen for quite a while, but usually you can
Okay.
get away with it. As long as you do keep them fully frozen. Yeah, they are really fucking stuck.
Why
together.
on
Holy
the
shit.
plate?
There we go. I got them separated. So,
Oh dear
you got your
lord.
separated frozen
Oh
burgers.
my god.
I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put them on plastic so that way you don't say, oh my god, he's putting raw meat on the plate right next to the buns.
You did.
So what we're going to have to do here is we're going to wait for this to heat up a little bit.
You did
But
put
what
raw meat on the
ingredients am
plate.
I going to use? Well, I'm actually going to make two different burgers. I'm going to do a more American traditional style, and I'm going to do a barbecue Texas style. So what we've got here are various ingredients. You've got pre-shredded lettuce, which actually was on sale. It's the only reason I have it, or else I just buy a head of lettuce. Usually I would use fresh bacon, but they had a sale on pre-cooked bacon, which is pretty cool
Really?
if you're making like quick dishes
Bacon
or
on
salads
sale,
or something
huh?
like this. In this case, I'm going to use this just for the sake of getting rid of it because it's about to expire, and I don't want to have this shit lying around, and I don't want to waste it either. So I'm going to use this on one of the burgers. 2 pieces of mild cheddar cheese. Cheddar cheese is always better than regular cheese, that's for sure.
Jeez.
2 buns, and you could use any kind of bun. You might find it a little bit hard to find a bun big enough for a big burger like that. I usually like a bun with a lot of sesame seeds on it. So it's just pretty standard white bread buns. You got your mayo, you got your ketchup, you got some Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce, which is my favorite barbecue
Daniels,
sauce.
huh?
I think it's absolutely delicious.
Gene
You got
sauce.
some classic bread and butter chips. You gotta get bread and butter chips for
Brown
for
butter,
burgers.
brown
Some people
butter.
like the dill on burgers. I don't. I like the bread and butter because they're sweeter. I just think they go better with beef.
Ram butter.
And that's pretty much it. Those are our main ingredients, and from that we're gonna make 2 completely different style burgers. One, excuse me, I'm choking on nothing. One that's way more traditional.
Nah, show them that spicy
and
mayo.
one that's gonna be, like I said, more of like a Texas barbecue style. So we're gonna start cooking these burgers momentarily. Let me see if the pan is hot. The pan is getting warm. So here's what you do. These
No shit.
particular burgers, like I said, these are 8-minute burgers, meaning you cook them 2 minutes on each side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put those burgers in the pan. Now I'm going to separate them at an angle here. So basically they're like one in each corner of the pan. Put it back down on the fire here, even though it's not real fire, it's electricity. And I'm going to set my timer. Sorry, I didn't realize. This is a pain in the ass to keep moving this back and forth. I'm going to set my timer for 2 minutes.
Man, 2 whole
2
minutes,
I'm
huh?
going to want to flip these guys. I'm also going to turn on my fan, like I've recommended before. Whenever you're cooking, you definitely want to have the fan on because any steam or whatever that comes out.
He looks like
you don't
Curly,
want it to go
actually.
ape shit. So while
From
those
the
are
Three
starting to
Stooges.
cook, we're going to go ahead and we're going to cook some bacon.
He is Curly.
And since this is microwave bacon, like I said, pre-cooked bacon. It's not fresh bacon, unfortunately, but I need to get rid of this bacon.
Nice
so
KFC
we'll throw
belly
down a couple
there.
Strips here. Maybe 3 strips, because that's the whole layer here. And we're going to use that on one of our burgers. The rest I'll put back in the fridge.
I like the one where he throws out all that meat. That was great.
Now the bacon's going to vary on cooking time. To be honest, I don't even know how long I'm supposed to cook 3 strips. This is pre-cooked bacon, like I said, so please don't give me any pain in the ass about touching the bacon. I will wash my hands in a second, but I'm gonna get this in the microwave going. Probably for about, I don't know, let's try 40 seconds and we'll see how that goes. So we've got the burgers cooking, we got that microwave going. I'm gonna wash off my hands.
The fuck for? Still working with the food. Yeah, whatever.
Okay. Looks like 2 minutes is already almost up on the burgers. What we're gonna do to actually specific to the instructions of these particular hamburgers is you do want to press them. Some burgers, they tell you don't press them, you'll lose the juice. But for these burgers, they've been specially designed. They actually have these grooves and patterns in them where if you push them down, you actually will get most of the fatty juices out and you'll get a better burger. So let's zoom in a little bit here.
Zoom in.
So what I'm going to do...
These burgers are for scrubs, apparently.
I'm going to go ahead and push the burger down. As you can see, immediately some fatty juices come out. I don't know how well you can see on this burger because I know it's on the close end here. Look at that sizzle and the juices
Getting
come
turned
out
on by the
It's all
zizzle.
the fatty juices. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to turn the timer off. We're going to flip our burgers for the first time. A lot of people season their burgers.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
A little pepper, a little salt.
You didn't
These
season
burgers
them,
actually
yeah.
are pretty tasty on their own. There's really no reason to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and set the timer for another 2 minutes because, like I said, it's 2-2-2-2. It's an 8-minute burger. Let's look at our bacon.
Two pulls.
Our bacon actually came out well. Our bacon is crispy. And that's exactly how you want it. You don't want it rubbery. You want a crispy bacon for the pre-cooked bacon because that's how you know that most of the fat's been out. Oops, sorry.
There we go.
Not even close to the camera there.
There you go.
Nice crispy bacon. So that'll go on one of our burgers. So let's get that out of the way.
Cannibal.
Now, what you're going to want to do while your burgers are cooking, you're going to want to get all of your side ingredients ready. You don't want to have them not ready when the burgers are ready. So we'll zoom out here and we're going to get everything lined up and ready to go. First thing you're going to want to do, get your bread ready. And depending on what kind of burger you're making, I'm actually going to turn on my panini grill. And I'm going to attempt to toast these buns, which basically you only need to run it through a panini grill if you have one for about a minute, and the buns will get toasted. What I'm looking to do here is make two completely different burgers. One's going to be more American style, one will be like a Texas style. So this one I'm going to put the traditional ingredients like mayo, ketchup, maybe some lettuce and pickles and cheese. On the other one I'm going to do actually some barbecue sauce with the bacon and cheese. So two completely different flavors you're going to get from two similar burgers. So let's see here. Looks like we got 42 seconds left on the burgers. I just really need to wait for my panini grill to warm up, and then I'm going to go ahead and toss those buns over onto the grill. See, it's right over here. That's it right there. Right here. I cooked it actually right before this, and I don't want to lift it because if you lift a panini grill when it's warming up, that actually will cause it to cool down. It's actually two plates connected that contain the heat, and will make it hotter at a quicker pace.
Did he just explain a panini press? What the fuck?
A little bit higher than usual.
Gee, thanks.
Because I'm going to want to toast the bread rather than just make it like, you know, warm. So, alright, so my burgers, once again, it looks like they're going to be ready to flip any second. So let's zoom in here.
Time to flip.
Turn that timer off. Once again, just like we did before.
Press. Yeah.
Flatten. We're going to flatten.
Dude, his snout is watering.
Where you put them on the griddles, they actually start to take form. They become more oval shaped.
Oval.
More oval shaped than round. We'll flip this guy again. Flip this guy again. We're going to set our timer for another 2 minutes. Okay, so while that's cooking, we're going to check. It looks like the panini grill's probably almost ready. I'm going to check the temperature now with my hand.
With my hoof.
And it's getting warm.
No shit.
I don't know, it's taking kind of a while. And
I'm not gonna make it.
With only about roughly 6 minutes left. I don't know if we're gonna make it. I might want
We're not gonna make it.
guys in the toaster.
Nope, not gonna make it.
That's what I'm gonna do. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time for the panini grill today.
Wow.
We're gonna pop these guys in the piece of shit toaster right here.
Dude.
That never fucking works properly.
They weren't gonna make it. Not enough time.
Now we're just gonna go with a standard. There we go.
bugged.
It might help if I plugged it in too. A standard toasting on our bun. It is always better to have a slightly toasted bun than a raw, you know, well, not really raw, obviously it's cooked, but not just a plain bun. That's no fun having a plain bun.
Boring, dude.
So once that's
Like
toasted,
my
we'll start to
content.
put the ingredients together to formulate our meal here. Might want to grab a fork, pickles. "41 seconds left on our burgers before we flip them for the last time.
Are we gonna make it? Will we make it? Oh, whoops.
Do.
Wow.
That
was
bun
great.
must almost be ready.
Do. Nothing to talk about.
Now for some reason it wants to toast extra long. Okay. It never toasts things this long. This toaster's a piece of garbage. Wants to make me look dumb. Well, while it's toasting, I'm going to go ahead and flip the burger the last time. I'm doing the same thing. I know it's off camera, but I'm doing the same thing. Push it down on top of the burger. And flipping it one last time. Bun's done. Here we go. It's nice. We'll get the other bun in there. Now, while this other bun toasts, piece of fucking shit. There's some tricks here we're gonna use. Alright? First, we're gonna actually put some barbecue sauce on one of our burgers before it even gets off the grill. Just a little bit, not too much. Just to give it a little bit of flavor. Kind of, you know, cooked into the burger.
Nice
and
and
we're also going to go ahead and put the
cheese.
cheese
Yep, knew that was coming.
on our burgers ahead of time so it melts. You want melted cheese. And
Yeah.
you can even go ahead, it's up to you. I'm going to do it, what the hell. On that burger we put the barbecue sauce, I'm going to put some of the bacon on it. So it'll actually melt a little bit into the cheese. Now of course it turns out I have too much fucking bacon. So, oh well, this burger's going to be insane.
Dear Lord. That's a baconator.
Our second bun just finished toasting.
Nice heart attack burger he's got there.
Now, while we're over here, let's go back over to our bun while those burgers finish up. What are we going to do with our buns? Well,
let's see. I don't know. You tell me.
Like I said, one of them is going to be a Texas style. So we're going to go ahead and put some more barbecue sauce on the bun.
Oh my
shit.
God.
Well, that was way too much.
That's a lot of barbecue sauce.
Must have been an air pocket in it. That's not
Air
cool.
pocket, dude.
But we could salvage it. Look at that. Just put a little bit on top. There's going to be way too much on the bottom. And I'm going to have to avoid that blotch right there.
Oh, dear
I obviously
Lord.
didn't want that to happen, but...
No well.
Now for the other one, if we're going more traditional, I'm going to go ahead, clean that off later. Now on the bottom bun, I'm going to put some mayo.
A lot of mayo? Spicy mayo? Uh-huh. That's a lot of mayo, actually. Oh, man. Too much.
And now we'll bring our burgers over and we'll start to build them. So, let's go get them. You can really tell when the burger is done because the cheese is completely melted. It's not over melted, it's, you know what I mean? It's not like burning at the seams or anything, but it's melted nicely on the burger there.
Alright, this looks disgusting.
So we got one American burger and one heart attack burger, basically.
Heart attack, yep. And he enjoyed the heart attack a hell of a lot more, for sure.
good.
I'm pretty sure.
And that fat is going to continue to sizzle in the pan, but I want to make the burgers first, and then I'll get rid of that later. So on our traditional burger, what are we going to do? Well, first thing you want to do, if you're going to put ketchup on it, you got to put the ketchup on it first before you start.
Oh my God.
Now the ketchup wants to launch all over the counter. So on our traditional
Dear
burger, what are we
Lord.
going to do? Well, first thing
How do you
want to
function?
do, if you're going to put ketchup on it, you got to put the ketchup on it first before you start. Oh my God. Now the ketchup wants to launch all over the counter. Try to
Too
do this a
much
little bit neater
ketchup.
than I did, obviously.
Dude,
This is
too
a
much of
mess
everything.
right
Holy
now.
shit.
I did not prepare my squirtable ingredients, and they launched all over the place on me, so spread a little bit of that ketchup over the cheese.
Oh,
it's evenly distributed. If you're going to go ahead and do pickles or anything like that, you put those on.
The brown butter.
The one bummer is that I ran out of tomato. I had tomato and I ate it for lunch.
Okay.
On a panini sandwich I made. I didn't realize. I was like, oh man, I should have fucking saved the tomato for the burger tonight. Well, I forgot, and I went ahead and ate the tomato. So I have no tomato for this. I'll do a little bit of pre-shredded lettuce. Obviously, if I had fresh lettuce, that's what I would be putting on here. But I do not.
Dear Lord, what a
Some
mess.
pre-shredded
Fucking lettuce everywhere.
So there's our more typical American burger with the mayo, the ketchup, pickles, lettuce. Texas-style burger is pretty much done. We're not going to do anything else to it. I mean, it has way too much bacon on it, but that's my fault. I should have only cooked 2 strips. So I am trying to get rid of it. You got the barbecue on the top and bottom. And that's it. I mean, I'm going to enjoy these 2 completely different tasting burgers.
Oh, God.
I'm going to clean up this horrendous mess that I've...
Alright, so let me ask you guys something real quick here. Would you guys eat this, by the way? I mean, look at this. This shit looks fucking disgusting. I mean, I don't even know which one looks more disgusting, to be quite honest, but I wouldn't eat this shit, to be quite honest. But let me know in the stream chat if you would, actually.
Now made because of the squirting of everything, but
this is a mess.
In 20 minutes, pretty
much.
much.
We got to zoom in.
Shorter than 20 minutes, if I was.
Okay, this is perfect. We got to zoom in. So, would you eat what's on this plate right now? Would you devour any of these burgers? I'm going to stream chat. Thank you.
Showing you the ingredients, but we made 2 completely different burgers. One American style.
By the way, I'm loving the fucking mess here. This is great. Fucking barbecue sauce.
One barbecue style, and it is a pretty fatty, high cholesterol meat.
Although I do think this one looks more disgusting than this one. I'm not really sure why. I would say this one looks more disgusting, but
for someone like me, like I said, who hasn't eaten really much all
I mean,
day,
you can still see the ketchup stain right here. This is great.
I'm starving. This is a good way to make sure that I'm not up at midnight, with an aching stomach. So that's it for this episode of Cooking with the King.
Hell no. Yeah.
I'm gonna clean up this mess. I'm gonna scarf some burgers down.
Scarf burger down. Oh, he did. Oh yes, he did. Oh yes, he did. He devoured that shit. Like, oh man. Oh, you want more?
What's up, everyone? It's DSP, and welcome to another edition of Cooking with the King, or Poorly Cooking with the King, as I've termed it, because I still think the series is a joke, but people seem to enjoy it, so I'm going to keep going on with it.
I really like bacon.
Today is going to be another breakfast, which I know a lot of people will say, oh, you keep doing breakfasts. Well, breakfasts are some of the quickest and easiest things that you can cook, and I'd rather get these out of the way before I try to tackle any more advanced recipes. What we're going to do today is we're going to make a family favorite of mine, and to be completely honest, I used to eat this all the time as a kid, but I don't remember what we used to call it. And
family favorite is another name.
I think my mother actually termed it egg with the hole in the middle, and if you hear that, you're like, what the hell does that mean? What you're going to see is it's a pretty easy thing to cook. You can do some variations on it depending on what you like exactly in your breakfast. And you can go from there. So anyway, here's what you need for ingredients. You need 2 pieces of white bread.
All right.
You need butter or Pam, as you know. I like to use Pam to spray my my pans.
Of course.
2 pieces of cheese, to your liking, whatever kind of cheese you like, and 2 eggs. I prefer
Jumbo.
jumbo white, but you can go ahead and get whatever.
I know what he likes is jumbo.
What you're gonna do is basically this is gonna be an interesting kind of a open face sandwich / well, you'll see what I mean. So the first thing you're going to do, you're going to take these 2 pieces of white bread, and what you're going to do is you're going to tear a hole with your hand actually in the center of each piece of bread.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
And of course,
you eat it?
before I go to waste, go ahead and eat it.
You devour it.
The goal here is you want to think about the size of an egg yolk. If an egg yolk were to go in there, would it be around that size? That's about what you're looking to aim for size-wise for your hole in your bread. Okay. So now that that's done, you got your 2 pieces of white bread with your holes in them. You're going to want to go ahead and spray your pan. Spray your pan with the pan.
Spray that shit.
And preheat your pan to about medium heat on most stoves. So that's done. Let me get that out of the way. Now we're going to wait for this to heat up a little bit. But just to let you know, additional ingredients in this dish, the very basic ingredients are the white bread, or any kind of bread. It does not have to be white bread, by the way. If you like wheat bread, whole wheat, multigrain, you can use whatever you like. The eggs and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients. But you can add other things to this dish. You can add a slice of tomato. You could add some pieces of green pepper if you like. You can add bacon. And actually, that's what I've done.
Oh, yeah.
I cooked some bacon ahead of time.
He really likes bacon, huh?
I'm going to add to this dish to make it more complete.
I think every single video had bacon, actually. You know,
so that pan should be heating up.
The cooking shit.
And let me go confirm if it is warm. Oh, actually, it's warm already. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to take our 2 pieces of bread, and we're going to slap them down onto our frying pan. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to take 2 eggs, we're going to crack the eggs open, and we're actually going to put the eggs into the open bread. So to kind of show you what I'm doing, I'm actually zoom out here.
I do agree, yeah.
Looks like the zoom on my camera is screwing up
He
because I got a little bit
full
closer.
cannibal.
That looks a lot better.
Never go
so
full cannibal.
Grab 2 eggs. Go ahead and give them a whack. And crack them.
On the
Try
stove?
to crack them inside of the holes.
Dude, why is he in the stove? Oh, God.
The key here is to keep the egg in one piece, as you see right there. If you can't
I like when
avoid
he
it, do
cracks
not
it on
break
the
yolk.
stove,
If you
by the
break
way, not
yolk,
in the
the
pan.
dish could be ruined. Whoops. And that could happen. You might drop your egg shell, but that's okay. Okay. Now you're going to let it sit there and cook a little bit. The ideal thing here is that you're going to start to see underneath the yolk, it's going to start to turn white. And that means that the egg whites underneath the yolk are starting to cook. Okay?
I know what he wants, that's
A
why.
minute or 2. But ideally what we're going to do here is we're going to wait until it looks like the underside of this that has gone through the bread is white and cooked. And then we're going to flip it over. Okay, so now the yolk's basically going to be on the bottom side. And you want to be careful when you do that, because if you flip it too fast or if you flip it too hard, you might accidentally break your egg yolk, and that's going to just make a runny mess. You're going to have egg yolk yellow all over the bottom of your piece of food here.
Your piece of food, yeah.
Okay, so that's cooking. And what we're going to do is we're going to flip them, okay? And then as soon as you flip them, if you have any additional ingredients that you'd like to add to this dish, whether it be bacon, whether it be a slice of tomato, or anything else,
that
we're going to flip this, and then we're going to put that ingredient on top of each piece of bread. And then what we're going to do is, since it's going to be warming up on that side, we're going to add the cheese, which is going to melt nicely on top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. It looks like now finally, as you can see here, it is turning white underneath the egg yolk, which means that basically it's almost ready to flip. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready to flip it with my spatula. Give it another second or 2 here. And you can cook this to your liking. Again, I'm the kind of person, I like a slightly runny egg yolk. I don't like it super runny where it makes a hideous mess, but I do like it at least like a liquid center. Other people don't like that. They like it more healthy, so you can overcook this a little bit if you want, and the egg yolk will be a solid yellow. It's completely up to you. So I'm going to go ahead to do is get the spatula completely underneath. You can tell if it's ready to flip because you'll be able to fit it completely underneath the bread, as you can see. And we're going to flip it. Whoops. Go ahead, don't be afraid to touch your own food. We're going to flip it. We're going to do the same with the other one. Get it completely underneath and flip it like that. Okay? Now, your egg whites will begin to run a little bit because obviously if it's a jumbo egg, the egg whites are going to go over the edges. So now what am I going to do? I'm going to add my additional ingredients, which is going to be a piece of bacon per thing here. Okay, now I'm going to add the cheese.
That cheese, though. I'm with Trey. Yeah, it's not red. I agree. Yeah.
Open face bacon, egg, and cheese, even though really technically it's not a sandwich because you did bake the hole in the middle of it. It is a little bit different. So that's going to go ahead and cook and melt. And like I said, depending on how you like your eggs, you might cook it a little bit longer, you might cook it a little bit shorter, but ideally you want the cheese to start to melt on top, and that's how you can tell, you know, that it is almost
I'm
done.
a Trey. Yeah, there's no toasting. I agree. Yeah.
A raw piece of cheese on top of your food here. It'll be a little bit longer. At this point, I might even slightly intensify the heat just to try to get the cheese to melt a little bit better. On this one, it's actually melting nicely. On this one, it looks like the bacon, unfortunately, was curved up a little bit, so the cheese is having a little bit of a hard time melting.
That bacon, though.
But another excellent thing that I have had this with is like a slice or two of tomato on each one. It's great, because it's just like having like a delicious bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich with a piece of tomato on it, which is always a good addition to something like that.
You realize that bacon, huh? God damn.
Now, you don't have to put any additional ingredients either. Traditionally, I always used to eat this with nothing else. It was just a piece of cheese on top. So it would melt really quickly. It would be done fairly quickly. As you see, this cheese is now melting. This cheese is now starting to melt. So we're almost ready here. And see how simple this is? It was one flip. There's no complex cooking or anything like that. The only thing is the catch is you need to prepare. If you want to add some more ingredients, you have to prepare them ahead of time, like the bacon or the tomato. You have to have that ready ahead of time. All right, so my cheese is melting. It's just about ready to go. I'm going to get my plate. Get it ready here. Because again, like I said, I do like the yolk a little bit runny, so I'm going to take it off a little early. But if you like to have a, you know, a more cooked
runny,
yolk, you don't have to take it off as early as me. But here we go. Okay. And what you have, even though I don't know what the real name of it is, because like I said, my family never really knew, I don't remember the name, is 2 pieces of what we like to call egg with the hole in the middle. And you can eat this several different ways. You can eat it like a piece of toast, you know, just grab it like this, pick it up and eat it. Or you can have a fork and a knife and cut it into pieces and eat it, and that's usually how I eat it. I do a fork and a knife. Now, other thing is, the bread, depending on how long you cooked it, right now it's just very, very slightly toasted. Some people like it completely toasted, and if that's the case, after you make the hole in your bread, you should probably toast your bread first in a toaster, and then toss it onto the grill. So there's several different variations that you can use to make this. Some other people that I know, they actually go all out, and instead of just using regular bread, they actually make a piece of French toast first. Then they make this, so it's like a French toast egg in the hole in the middle, so it's like doubling up on the meal. It's a French toast plus something else. So there are definitely different variations on this dish, but this is the very basic way to do it. And as you saw, within 10 minutes, we had it done. So pretty quick way to get a nice, tasty breakfast. And healthy, depending on, you know, if you want additional ingredients like bacon or not, or tomato, you can do very healthy variations on it. So also keep in mind you can season. I didn't season at all, but when this is cooking, you could put salt, pepper, and things like that on it. I actually prefer this dish plain, which is why I didn't season, but you can add seasoning to your liking as well. So that's DSP. That's it for this episode of Cooking with the King.
Oh, dear Lord. That looked terrible. Absolutely terrible. Anyway, that is it, guys. I gotta clock out. That was an awesome stream. I really enjoyed the documentary. It was pretty good. It did kind of drag on a little bit there, but it's whatever. I still found it pretty, you know, entertaining overall. That's what you've been working for. And I hope you guys enjoyed the nice stream. I sure did. And tomorrow night, I am probably streaming more Castlevania, by the way. More Castlevania Auriosaur, actually. I mean, Dinosaur, my bad, Dinosaur.
How big does this pie?
And then, you know, some more Ecclesia for the Ruin, etc. We'll see. Anyway, that's it, guys. Awesome stream. See you guys tomorrow for Castlevania. Later.